様お肉さん
Hello. Excuse me. Hello, people. Sorry about that, clearing my throat. Hello to... Happy New Year if I didn't see you yesterday. Hello to Santi, Wolfman, Nora, Lamp, Maxern, thank you for the 9 months. By the way, I wasn't here, so I... could you guys just tell me if the alert went off? Like the sound for it as well? For Maxern's resub. Thank you so much for the 9 months. And, Easy, how's it going? Adzel, Patchface, Ebsabius, Soul Samurai, Carps. It did? Okay, perfect. Perfect. Happy Sayed, how's it going? One sec. Happy Monday to all, the first Monday of 2023. I hope you're excited, because I am. I have missed this game. I'm down to go straight into it today. I'm gonna have to kind of jig my memory a little bit for the details of the case, because it's been 2 weeks, and I don't remember exactly the mechanics of everything, but we'll do our best. But yeah, hope everyone's doing well, and let's get into it, I guess. Let's jump right in. But yeah, hope everyone had, if I didn't see you yesterday, hope everyone had a great start to the year. Hope 2023 is beautiful and healthy and happy. And I'm looking forward to more streams with everyone. This will be the year, unfortunately, where I finish Great Ace Attorney. But there will be many adventures. Turtle Hosonaga, yes. I hope so, Ron. Also, how's it going, Ron? And thank you again, Maxron, for the 9-month resub. I said this yesterday, but in case you weren't here in the stream yesterday, we will have... 1 year club badges for anyone who ends up being a sub for 12 months or longer, because that's coming up, I think, next month, or a couple weeks or something. So that'll be cool. Okay. Let us try it. We are Soul Samurai. Okay. Pulling the blade from the wound would cause bleeding. Right. Hosonaga and his turtle and his cough. Okay. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with any ounce of... Again, she's a research assistant. I think there was a reason I was paused on this one. Let's press it. In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. I just added these games to my wishlist on Steam. Oh, cool, Patchface. I guess you've enjoyed enjoyed the little bits we've seen through the stream. I hope you enjoy them when you get to them. Or whenever you get them. Thank you for the follow, Pickpocket. His turtle and his tuberculosis. I don't think we have, Ron. Hey, MK. Happy New Year to you, MK. Hope you're doing well. Lovely to have you in. I finally got to show up to one of these. Welcome in, Pickpocket. Trayla, how's it going? How's it going, guys? In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Which is... clearly, the defendant, Ray Membami-san, does not possess an ounce of sense. Damn. Why'd you have to drag her like that? What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. This is true. I don't know. Young people today, if that's friendship, I don't understand it. Careful, counsel. Whoa. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. I don't know. I'm hoping we'll be able to finish the first case today. I don't know. I know the Great Ace Attorney games can be lengthier than the Ace Attorney games, but we got a decent amount into the first one, so I think we can finish it today. We'll see. That recoiled on me rather badly. That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Membami-san would certainly have been aware of it. We totally can? Cool. Maybe we'll start the second, then. Okay. There's no good reason.
Hold it!
But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground bleeding to death. Hey, Tompiet. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well on this beautiful Monday. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this, as he strokes his turtle. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine that she would behave so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? She's really jumping into the role, isn't she? Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Our feminist king, Hosonaga? Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument. Tell her. What was the motive for killing the victim? I forget. Oh, right, okay. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any other way to explain why she did it. Susato, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals. Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail, too. True. I am forgetting basic mechanics. Ah! I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help. Examine the evidence. I know what to do. Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Okay. Okay. Tutorial stuff. So... So let's check these. Oh, I can't check that. I can't check that. I had already read that. Oh. Raucous England returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Sosuke-san. Is it, father? It looks as though it was quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt. Okay. The cat. This is the newspaper from Soseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research... Oh, lab. From Yume's medical research. Father, isn't that your lab? What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen. It's this morning's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as that is for the head of the lab, I didn't. I've not heard any such thing. Thank you. Dave. A full year. Oh, you should have the new badge then. But you have so many icons that I can't see it. Thank you so much, Dave, for a full year. Welcome. I think you're the first member of the 1 year club. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dave. I really appreciate it. A full year of AJ streaming to many years more. Thank you so much, my friend. I really appreciate it. I think you are the first 12-monther. Awesome. Thank you, Dave. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this paper in our the story in our paper this morning, was there? It's very nice. Thank you, Dave. It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I put Ray in charge of the project. Ray? She was managing it? If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. Oh shit. The details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it. We need to read this article very carefully. Okay. Okay. So I think that's important for poison article, fountain pen. If we take off the pen's lid... Okay. RM. Remember me? To identify her killer? I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case. Okay. So I think the article's the most important thing right now. But no. There we go. Did I miss the stream where you watched the final episode of Mob? I did not watch the final episode of Mob on stream. Dissolve. Okay, So where's the article? What does the article have to do with this? He was her mentor. That's connected to that one. Is there no good reason, though? Oh, hold on. I think it might be this one. Okay. Following a lecture at Yume by Sosuke Natsumi on the 11th August, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science lab was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth, oh, there we go, or via a wound from a poison-laced blade would prove fatal in minutes. So maybe she took it out because she knew about the poison and it could have been in the blade? Okay, onset would be immediate. Hello! Thank you, Hannah, and thank you for the alert. Thank you. Yes, any information about the missing VODs are in the Discord announcements, though you'll have to scroll up a bit by this point, but not too much. Okay, yeah, I think we got it. So let's present this.
Objection!
Man, it's honestly very difficult to get back into the middle of a case 2 weeks later, but we'll do our best. Hey, Mr. Glyra, welcome back. I can't wait for you to be back here too. Sorry, I missed your earlier message. Yes. So dissolve in TPFW. I guess your questions were answered. Just tuning in to wish you all a happy new year. I'll be tuning in more again when I finish the first game myself. Currently on case 5, so seeing you in a week. Okay, gotcha. I hope you enjoy case 5, and I'll see you next week. I hope you enjoyed the start of the second game too. No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What? Ha! The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a lab at the Imperial Yume unit. The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But, Prosecutor Ouchie, you will let the defense speak. But a newspaper article. The court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry. Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion. Your Excellency? Yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says... I think it's the second one? Yes, the second one. Does this take place shortly after the first one? It has been, I don't remember exactly, like 6 to 8 months or something like that after the first one? It's been a few months, at least, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. So, a bit of time. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Sorry, my reading's a bit off. I'll get into it properly in a second. Are you suggesting if the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Memba-mi-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible? A Ryunosuke plushie? What? What? Oh my... I need to look that up. I want that ASAP. I want some sort of great Ace Attorney, or Ace Attorney, either or, memorabilia to display somewhere back here. Because it's such a big part. The Ace Attorney series, it's such a big part of my Twitch, quote-unquote, career so far. Damn, I want that. I want something like that. A Godot plushie? This Ryutaro guy's pretty great. I hope he shows up after this case. Me too. Yes, the truth is... it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What?
Objection!
This is complete and utter nonsense. Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life. And the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. What is this music? Oh, this is so beautiful. Oh my god. That is so gorgeous. Herlock Sholmes? Oh my god, I need the Herlock Sholmes plushie. Oh, I hope I get to hear this again. And not just in this first case. But if it is just this first case, I understand it. Holy shit. I'm sorry, guys. Gushing about the music is a staple in these streams. This is so beautiful. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document. Well, that's That's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Objection!
Thank you, Soul Samurai. Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. This is so empowering and beautiful. Oh my god. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway. In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. Hello, Sultan. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I think I missed someone. Oh, Riley, how's it going? Knaveds, how's it going? That is immediately one of the best songs. She must have had strong reasons for her suspicions, or the argument makes no sense. Exactly, well put, Inspector. On what ground did she do it, yokel? Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. You can't possibly. From your expression, Counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. Oh, shoot. Okay. But naturally, as you stand in the courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. It is Unladen Swallow. And it's crazy, because then the ones that stand out the most, the songs that stand out the most, are like 11 out of 10s. Because the whole soundtrack's 10 out of 10. Yes, Your Excellency? I've seen it many times from my place at his side in the Old Bailey. I love... This is really cool because... Oh. No, the song. This is really cool because... I'm sorry, I'm just immersed in Peak. Kazuma inspired Naruhodo, Ryu, in a lot of the ways in which he's inspiring Susato here. It's sort of an element of legacy to it. We haven't even reached the peak yet? Oh no. It's a great game, Sultan. Obviously, I don't expect anyone to watch a game they're not interested in or anything, but hey, since you're sticking around, I hope you do enjoy. Thank you. In this case, Counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article? Stolen. Okay. I don't think that's it. Autopsy report? Single fatal, single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung. Okay. Oh, there we go. Pupil constriction was observed in the victims in both eyes, and that's a symptom of the poison. I think it's this then.
Take that!
They both have a bit of Kazuma in them? Yes, they do. That's what, things like that are what really makes Kazuma continue to be substantiated more and more as a character, even after his death, through the legacy he leaves behind and the way he inspires. I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis pupil constriction was observed in the victim. Ah! I'm so excited, Nora. I'm so excited to hear you say that. Ah! Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me, Sassy Susato, Queen. Presumably, the fact that the condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death. Well, under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies, but they constricted. That's most uncertainly unusual. What are you doing, you yokel detective? In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. You can hear Cosma in this theme? That's beautiful. I'm gonna listen a bit for that now. Like, I can, like, his overall spirit. I didn't think of it that way. If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice the constriction of the pupils, yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Oh, Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree this is very compelling evidence. You yokel student and yokel professor! I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions. No. Yujin Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency? I believe you're best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my lab, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the lab to investigate myself, I couldn't say. Ha! Listen to this bumbling academic. Happy New Year to you, Yuki Berry. Hope you're doing extremely well. Hope you've had a great start to the year. Thank you. Good to see you. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father, a pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. That's totally unfounded. Hold it. Oh, get him. Get him. Oh, Soseki. You good, Soseki? None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray? Remember me, son? You stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated. But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day. What? So you knew? I had been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Sosuke-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed some of the poison was missing, just a tiny amount it was. Why didn't you let me know immediately? I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken, so I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out, because I had a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean... Yes, of course, it was that dainty English woman. Miss Giselle Brett? Let this poor man use the restroom. Oh, help my guy. That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool in the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me, as if she knew she was untouchable. Reminds me a bit of, Magnus McGill did. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? Right, Hannah? Can you believe them? English women. And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. Why are people British? Oh crap. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened, and then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints. I don't believe it. In other words, you realize that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison. My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back. And the train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade. Yes, if the amount had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. Hey, Pedrolito. How are you? Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you have confessed in the end. Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here in this courtroom now.
Objection!
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say. Well, Mimimi-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed. Well, you have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
Tell him, Queen, but you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh. I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive. What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Ouchie. Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student. What? I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this on yourself. What? What the? Omega, I would say start with Near Replicant, but don't do ending E. Do all the endings including D, then stop, then play Near Automata, and finish that, and then go back to ending E for Replicant. What the? That's my opinion. But if you don't want to do the switch with the endings, Replicant first, I think. What the? Could a more damning shot exist? And I say that as someone who actually played... Oh, no, wait, no, I didn't. Never mind. Forget what I was about to say. The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. So who took the picture? Like, exactly, Wolfman. This is the first time we've seen her eyes? I didn't even realize. I need to see that again. Where it shows the precise moment that Mimimi-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back. Or she was removing it? I don't think that's conclusive about anything. No, that's not true. No. I don't believe it. Ah! That's just girls being girls. Order! Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom? Perhaps his voice has yet to break. Those yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature. I'll show you who's slow to mature. Careful now. Susato's starting to show her face here. I really like how he's guiding her through this. And it is often that a picture is said that a picture is worth 1,000 words. And here we have ample proof. I don't think this proves anything. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence. I can't believe he's had a photograph like this up his sleeve the entire time. Yeah, but why didn't he show it at first? Like, Ouchie does not have an ounce of mercy within him. She could easily be pulling it out. Right? Right, Ron? I finished 13 Sentinels before Christmas and haven't been in chat in a while, but would you ever do another video on that game? Maybe. I've heard rumors that they're actually thinking of adding bits to the game. Like an updated version about the bits that couldn't make it in, that they had to cut out because of production reasons. If that ever happens, there's potential. There's a chance for sure. Like 13 Sentinels is honestly one of my favorite things ever. So yeah, I'd be 100% down. And it's not a video that people would really watch, but I don't really care about that. And by people, I mean, it wouldn't be a popular topic, but I don't care. Oh, you finished Amori. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way, Daisuken. Oh, those last few hours, right, MK? I was telling you. It's unbelievable. It's such a stark image. I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Ray.
Objection!
That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention. I beg to differ. Oh.
Objection!
That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. I wept. Me too. I don't think I've been... Like, there are a few things... Obviously, we won't spoil Amori here. But there are a few things ever that have impacted me as viscerally and emotionally as those as the climax of Amori. Like, there are a few things I can think of. At all. It's crazy. Scared of Amori the more I hear. I can't wait. I cannot wait, Anna. Like, legitimately the best generational... Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's so cool, Nora. I finished the first 3 chapters of Umineko and it's so peak. That's so great. Because honestly, not everyone thinks it's peak after the 3 out of 8 chapters. The 3rd chapter was a big step up over 1 and 2 for me. I think 1 and 2 are still very good. 3rd is a step up. 4th is another step up. And then from there, it's like... And then 7 and 8 are even another step up for me. But that's really cool. The fact that you think it's already peak after 3 chapters is a great sign. I didn't finish anything cool before the year ended. 2023. The 2023 Dave arc. I would love for them to add those bits. I've been trying to do more research on it because I went in fairly blind and didn't expect to come out liking it as much as I did. The production process is really interesting, Adsel. As well for the dub process. They put a lot of work into the dub. And it's one of the best dubs I've ever heard. And as well the writing process and the finalizing of it. What's the most least known anime or game series you've ever done a YouTube video on? I don't know. Maybe Fata Morgana when I released that video? Amori's is peak one of my favorites. Ooh, I can't wait, Hannah. Which game are you talking about, Wolfman? 13 Sentinels? I love 2. That's great. I'm really glad. I think 2's better than 1. Is it? I don't know. Either way, 1 and 2 are great. And I still think they're the weakest ones. Cool, Dave. I hope you're able to get to it. Oh, Amori. You can't get Amori. Yeah, that's on, I don't even think that's on PS4. I think I played it... I think it's on Switch? And PC? I don't know. I could be wrong. Umineko laugh sound effect, my beloved. You know, when I first started Twitch, I was considering making that an alert. Oh, I see, Dave. Okay. They added it to PlayStation? Oh. I had no idea. I played it on Steam. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. And that doesn't strike you as fishy. I think it does, which is why he hesitated. It's a borderline perfect dub. Adsel, I totally agree. Do you like the Xeno franchise? Xenoblade 1 is one of the best video games I've ever played. Xenoblade 2 is decent. and Xenoblade 3 is something in between those two so far. I'm on chapter 4, I believe, of Xenoblade 3. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown. Yeah, not sus at all. Goodness. Are we to understand then, Council, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Get him. Drag him. Because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you? Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor! What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses. But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wounds. Exactly, what are you talking about? Clearly this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn? Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings. Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear. Get out, Judge! What are you talking about? Susato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Yes, we just need to prove that. Could you imagine, MK? I sincerely hope so. You have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day that you came up against Takatsuchi Ouchi in a court of law. If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial's going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. Well, Counsel? Your Excellency? The burning question is who took the photograph, and the truth is... Susan Boca? I actually don't know. Hold on. Just a little cheeky save. But I'm gonna say I don't know here. No, if I give up now, I'll never be able to look Ray in the eye again. Susato, you need to steel yourself and summon your best argument. I'll do my best. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. What? No, you can't possibly. Pandawama, how are you? Happy New Year to you. First stream of the new year. Hype indeed, welcome in. I hope you had a good start to your year, a good first day and a half. Happy New Year. But as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. You think you... However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. What? Very well then, counsel. Present your proof to the court. What are you talking about? Whoa. I don't know. Okay, well that's the photograph, so it's not that. I mean, we've already talked about the poison. I hope you will... do you mean... I think you're missing a word there, Dave. I hope you will the Yakuza 0 playthrough? Do you mean enjoy? I hope you will enjoy the playthrough? Okay, yeah. I hope so too, yeah. I mean, we're at the very least, if it gets funded, we're going to at the very least do a couple of streams for it. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to continue with something if I just don't see any reason to continue, and I don't think it's good, or I'm not enjoying myself, but at the very least, I'm going to try a couple streams for it. So I hope so too, and from what I've heard about it, it seems like it could be up my alley. I've heard a lot of comparisons to Gintama, some bits of Final Fantasy VII Remake too, so that's cool. I believe in you, Detective AJ. Thank you, Nora. Yakuza 0 is amazing. Yeah, it's a donation goal at the moment, which we added yesterday or the day before, the stream before. Okay, so it's not this. I don't think it's this. I don't think so. Natsume article. The cat. Cute, meow. Thank you for the hydrate, Dark Girl. Have you ever dropped a TV show or game? Yes. Yes, I have. I dropped Dark, which might garner me some haters. I think I pretty much dropped the Succession too, or Succession, which might garner me some haters. Those are more recent ones. I dropped the Lord of the Rings series. I just saw that Outer Wilds got funded. Can't wait for you to get into it. Yeah, I think it'll be probably not the next stream. Well, the next game we stream might be Disco Elysium if that is funded for priority. And if it is, I think it'll be after Disco Elysium. Yeah, and I've dropped tons of anime, MK. Okay, so I don't know. None of this makes sense to me. What about... Post-mortem report? No, I don't think so. So not this. I don't think it's this. Like the poison... Maybe the fountain pen somehow? Photographer... It is Saldejums. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to you. What's the most time you spent watching or playing... This is hilarious. This is a hilarious answer, actually. Ron, it's an interesting question. What's the most time you've spent watching or playing a TV show or video game before dropping? Literally, the entire Kingdom Hearts series... I played through the entire Kingdom Hearts series. On the whole, like, I enjoyed some characters. I enjoyed some games more than others. I think a couple of the games are good. But overall, the whole time I was like, I just don't like this series. And I got to Kingdom Hearts 3. And midway through Kingdom Hearts 3 is when I dropped it. I played everything before that. But I got to Kingdom Hearts 3 and I'm just like, I can't do it anymore. Which is crazy. And then you saw a Kingdom Hearts 3 spoiler? And you were like, that's my favorite character. I don't even remember saying that. I don't even remember saying that. I literally went through 99% of the series just to drop it. You were watching my VOD on call and randomly clicking... Oh, yeah, okay, I remember now. You're stronger than me. No, like, Kingdom Hearts has such a huge fan base. And I understand the draw, and some of it worked on me for sure. But overall, I don't see it. I don't see it on the whole. I see it in moments, and I like some characters for sure. Yeah, okay, I remember that, Hannah. That was cool. That was cool. Not playing Kingdom Hearts makes every image or video I've seen of it so much funnier. This is true. Like, there's some images from Kingdom Hearts that are hilarious, or individual clips. I'm in the Nomura hive mind and cannot be released from Kingdom Hearts. Amen to that. Just ditto for Final Fantasy VII Remake Rebirth situation. I'm in the Nomura hive mind for that. Oh, sorry, and Soul Samurai just asked me to give my top 5 characters from Kingdom Hearts. Riku, Axel, even though his voice is bad in Birth by Sleep, Terra, maybe Aqua, and who's the one that's in 358 by 2 Days? Who's the protagonist of 358 by 2 Days? Roxas. Maybe Roxas. I think that would be my top 5. Xehanort's a cool villain, actually, so maybe you could add him in too, for any of them, really. Yeah, Riley. Yeah, so we can go with that for a top 5. That sounds pretty good. The photographer. Okay, that's a mention of a photographer. It's very vague, but let's go for it.
Take that!
I'm realizing you didn't see some of the rawest stuff for Xemnas and Xehanort. So that was in the second half of Kingdom Hearts 3? Oh no. Did I really play 98% of the series and miss out on the stuff that I would like the most? Just my luck. Just my luck. Yeah, I can definitely understand, especially if a game you played back in your childhood and then later, but I guess I'm one of the few where I played it as a kid, then as an adult I hated it. That's too bad. Sorry to hear that, Dave. That's too bad. Thank you so much, Huey, for the 7-month resub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Happy New Year. The ending half of Kingdom Hearts 3 made me bawl. I really tapped out at the peak of the series. Oh my gosh. My favorite quote from all the games is in that section you missed. Tell me about it. Tell me the quote tonight. Maybe I'll finish Kingdom Hearts 3 then. Kingdom Hearts 3 is the kind of story. Don't say that. It's the kind of story where I need spoilers. Someone asked earlier, do you think you'd play through it again? I don't think so. In all seriousness, I don't think so. Wolfman asked that. There are some series that I just don't like that I've tried so hard to like a lot. Like JoJo's. I've tried so hard with JoJo's. I like Code Geass, but it's never been more than like a 7 for me. And I've tried so hard to love it, and I can't do it. Cowboy Bebop, I think it's very good. I have it as an 8, but I always felt like maybe there's something that will make it a favorite. I've tried so hard with Cowboy Bebop, doesn't work. Kingdom Hearts, I tried so hard. It just isn't for me. I'll play Paper Mario and you play all the Kingdom Hearts with me. Cool, deal is done. This is no. We agreed to pay. There was no Kingdom. No, that is an equivalent exchange. That's not an equivalent exchange. I can't do that. But Hannah, you want to play Paper Mario. That's the difference. I can't do it. If it had more connective tissue, Cowboy Bebop would be more talked about now. Cowboy Bebop, to be fair, I hear it talked about as the classic to end all classics, and I see it for sure. It just doesn't. It doesn't clear the hurdle of the favorites hurdle. I'm sorry, Hannah. I'm so sorry. I think the only Kingdom Hearts I played was 1 and Dream Drop. I need to continue the series. My favorites were 2, Kingdom Hearts 2, and 358 by 2 Days. Those are my 2 favorites. Yeah, like Spike is one of my favorite one of my favorite protagonists in anime MK. And there are individual episodes that I love, but on the whole, like it doesn't speak to me on the whole as something that consistently I thoroughly enjoy, you know? There's a bit too much variance in the enjoyment I had from episode to episode. I never make you play Kingdom Hearts 1 because that made me put down the series for over half a year. Fair. Thank you. I don't even... That's interesting, because I don't even remember disliking Kingdom Hearts 1. I think I was just kind of apathetic towards it. The characters of Days broke my heart as a teenager. 358 by 2 Days is the entry that made me genuinely emotional. Like, I genuinely felt things. And I was like, holy shit. I think it could be happening. And then it didn't happen, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm really glad that Kingdom Hearts has such a huge fandom, because what Yuki Berry says is true. Like, there are some parts that can be silly, intentionally silly, but there are some very profound, deeply sentimental, beautiful story beats, and the plot is really interesting as a puzzle to try to dissect. It is convoluted, but I mean, there's a draw to that sort of thing, and it's not like it's just random shit put together. It is actually thought out. So that's a definite draw for the series too. Kingdom Hearts is the only time in my life I've ever had to use a guide. I was in agony. Oh, I've used man, it must be bad then. I've used a guide many times in my life. 3 was a big fumble, but I'll be playing 4 because I still like the characters and gameplay, even if the story has completely lost me. That's too bad, All Blue Boy. Sorry to hear that. But hopefully 4 rejuvenates that for you. Happy Monday to you, Nick P. Sorry, we paused Ace Attorney for the very rare Kingdom Hearts discussion segment. There are hugely beautiful and emotional and incredible themes in Kingdom Hearts, especially 3 for me, which is why I will defend it always. See, that's why, like, people, when people can't connect with stories for one reason or another, or if they just don't think they're that good, both of which apply to me when it comes to Kingdom Hearts, for some reason they sometimes get the attitude that they have to be dismissive of those stories and rude about people who enjoy them. Just people on the internet do that a lot. If someone watches Hunter x Hunter and they think it's mid, rather than seeing people enjoy it and being happy for them, or being like, that's cool that you enjoy it even if I don't, they try to spread misery. So when Hannah says that, like, I think that's so beautiful that she was able to have that experience with something that I didn't have that experience in, because it shows how diverse and amazing storytelling is, and how people of any different... Like, Hannah and I have a lot of overlapping taste, but there are some things we differ in, obviously. She loves Kingdom Hearts. I don't. I love some series. She doesn't. And so I see messages like that, and it's just... I think it's really beautiful that someone can get so much out of something that just doesn't speak to me, on the whole. So, long story short, I'm really, really glad that Kingdom Hearts exists and that people love it. Because I think that sort of thing, what it tries to do and what it accomplishes, I can see all the draws of it. And it's definitely a series worth investing in, if that's your thing. Or, like, if you believe it's that good, if it speaks to you that way, if you connect with it. Okay, I do remember Tarzan's Jungle being bad. I didn't like Tarzan's Jungle. Excuse me. Yeah, I forget their names, but the actors for Jet and Spike, I think, did quite a good job, Dave. Misery Loves Company, true. People are unable to differentiate between something they enjoy and something being good. That isn't really quite what I'm talking about. I do think that applies sometimes, Chalky Mints, but that's not quite what I mean. Like, because I also don't think we can get into a situation where if someone says, I'm glad you enjoyed that, I didn't, it automatically means that they're acknowledging that it's good. Because, like, that's what happened with my JoJo video. Someone said, okay, it's cool that you say it's not your thing, but that you acknowledge that means you know it's good, right? It's objectively good. And I said, no. I don't enjoy it and I don't think it's good. But if someone else disagrees, then cool. Thank you so much, Soul Samurai, for gifting a sub to Riley. Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. Spill? Spill what? That's all I meant to say. Jet's actor was my favorite thing in the Cowboy Bebop adaptation. But yeah, long story short, Kingdom Hearts, not for me, but for many people, and that is absolutely wonderful. And honestly, when the release stuff for Kingdom Hearts 4 came out, like, it's just so wonderful to see so many people celebrating that sort of thing. It's just widespread hype, and I know what it's like to partake in that sort of thing. Like, when Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was announced, everyone was celebrating, and I was losing my shit. And that's just an awesome thing to partake in. So, yeah. Oh, okay, I think MK meant spill the tea because of your good take. Okay, thank you, sorry. Some of the terminology for phrases like that is lost on me. Thank you, Bytecraft, for the... Sorry, I promise we're going to play the game in a second. For the Prime resub for 4 months. Thank you so much. Just activating the sub and saying, have fun and Happy New Year. Need to catch up on the Ace Attorney streams. Please put the sub towards Disco Elysium streams. Will do. Thank you, Bytecraft. Thank you very much. Boomer AJ moment, I do have those. I was called quite old yesterday by a few members of chat. And one certain member in chat right now may have initiated that. Thank you for the follow. TLDR, Hannah will love Paper Mario. We were just having a little keynote talk. True Wolfman. Full of spring youth. Spring youth in the winter. That's how young I am.
Objection!
Whoa. Thank you so much, Kingslayer. Thank you so much for the Van Zeek's objection. 500 bits. Thank you so much. Let us know where you want that to go towards. Objecting to my spring youth. Hey, if it gets me bits, that's okay for me. The scent of fresh lemon. Thank you so much, Kingslayer. Just let us know if you want that to go towards something. What is that? The newspaper again? Raucous England returnees tell all. Yakuza 0? Perfect. Thank you, Kingslayer. I really appreciate it. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely... Oh, okay. So I wasn't even thinking. I literally saw that it said, there's a photographer who catches the perfect thing, the perfect moment, and then I just connected it. But there are white lines on the right-hand side in this photograph. A shadow of some kind, presumably from the branches of the tree or the like. And those are probably present in the other one as well. There are no trees growing inside my lab at the university, I can assure you. Now, if you look closely at this photograph, as is always the case in Ace Attorney, Nora, good gracious, yeah, it's right there. There's some sort of crack on the lens, I guess. The same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too. Well, ooh, the variation in the music? I love when they do that. Well, that tells us nothing. Yeah, it was, wasn't it, Nora? It's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach council. Yeah. What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How would such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? Because of a crack on the lens? I guess a camera defect. Yeah, this is the worst Ace Attorney argument I've heard. Just two identical trees in two different spots. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic device? Yes. We can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. And that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device. In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one. I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie. I love how she gets more confident. That one of the photographs featured in a newspaper. Photographs featured in a newspaper article. A newspaper. Ah. And do they credit their sources? That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime. What? 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 What was that word? Soski? I see why you were called a raucous England returnee. What are you yelling about? You've already testified. It's many memo, I tell you. Many memo. Many memo. Soski-san, what was that? Did you say many memo? Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Wrighton Many Memo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. Ah, now that he mentions it. Is that him? Could that same reporter be... A camera to the left of it, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle. Writing many memo. Oh, writing many memos, I see. The song reference. So you're saying this picture was taken by many memo? Yes, my lord, your excellency, Esquire. Oh, it is. It's amazing, Daisuken. Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. As you say, Your Excellency. And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. We will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for this task. Understood? Meh. Need many memo! What is going on? Right. Thank you, Ron, for recapping Sultan. All right, intermission. Oh, crap, whoops. I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin, Ray. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hope to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence, that you'd stand by me to the last. I remember. And yet, again, another Kazuma thing. Down to Ryu, down to her. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. I ship it. I'm not following the story, but the idea of this game is very interesting. Fair. It's hard to jump into some of these cases. Throw me to the floor. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. The subtext here, man. I'm no better, you know. Huh? Oh. Oh no, this song. Oh no. Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato, I'm so sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. No. Definitely, Sultan. I don't think you can really get through an Ace Attorney game without paying attention to the case. We need a donation to hear BDSM sex now. I mean, it's always there. I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task. Yes, Father, that fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Rei. Yes? Why do people ship Susato and Ryu and... Well, okay, Kazuma's dead. But when I was gonna say, when Ryu has Kazuma and Susato has Rei. I'm just saying. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? I'm just joking around. You hate to see it, Nora. Ooh, oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Rei. By the way, AJ, do you think Haikyuu streams will end next week, or do we still have about 2 more streams till then? It's hard to say, Dave. I think there will be 1 or 2. I don't know exactly. It's hard to say because we go through the manga material quicker, for obvious reasons, than the anime. So I'm not exactly sure. We'll know within about an hour, I think, of the Wednesday stream. I would assume 2 streams, but it's possible to finish it in 1, depending on how much we talk about how swiftly we get through the story chronologically. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes, and you were the only people in the hut at that time. That's right, just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. Maybe not to that extreme, Wolfman, otherwise I wouldn't be able to stream these beautiful games. I think you and Roger's base have so much in common. Cool. I consider that a compliment. Roger's a really cool guy. Do you know what will be replacing those streams? Not yet. I do want to do at least 1 more Xenoblade 3 stream. So maybe that could come into play. Maybe I could do extra Great Ace Attorney. Maybe I could do just a general chill stream, or maybe Top 100 will come into play at that time. There are a lot of things it could be. I think so as well, Nora. Like, honestly, there's the Edgeworth Phoenix ones. Everyone, those are self-explanatory. Edgeworth and Phoenix. But honestly, the Ryu Kazuma relationship, I got much more romantic chemistry there between those two, much more quickly with those two than I did with Edgeworth and Phoenix. Oh, you can, Strongest Link, you can check my backlog for this stuff. But I gave Great Ace Attorney 1 A strong 8. A strong 8. So, like, I guess the equivalent of an 8.5 or so. But yeah, you can always check my backlog if you're interested in that. But yes, very, like, an extremely strong 8. You already know the vibes when they call each other partner? Damn right. True, Nora. I still can't believe it happened. That's why I couldn't bring myself to speak up. It'll be alright. They need to change their terms, Wolfman. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said is true. Oh, they were big flirty. Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order. Yes, I expect the poison's going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory-synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see. Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin. Chemical reagent. I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. Okay. That'll be important. What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet. It's this newspaper article. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Lab. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the Englishwoman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Sosuke-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. She swaned in and without any compunction said to Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your work on that substance there." I mean, we have the closet. We have the literal closet metaphor from Case 2, right, Nora? And yeah, MK, they were big-time flirting. It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Sosuke-san's curiosity has been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. So then, Sosuke-san knew about the poison. Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. This many memos-san. By the way, did that reporter join you when you all went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Thank you, MK. I'll read the message in a second. Oh, a known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Sosuke-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so he sent the men back to his office. Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Ah. Thank you so much, MK's tired. For the 5 months. right, Nora? Wolfman, in the second case, Ryu, in order to hide that he was on the voyage in the same room with Kazuma, he was forced to stay in a closet the whole time. And then when the case begins, he comes out of the closet. I mean, kind of speaks for itself. That's more of like shoving it in our face than a wink. Thank you so much for the 5 months, MK. Thank you so much for your streams, AJ. You helped survive another year of university, and thank you to chat too. Talking to everyone's always a joy. Happy New Year. That's extremely sweet. Thank you, MK. I always love having you in these streams. I very much appreciate it, and you definitely are a huge contributor to my passion for this series, so thank you. That must be what happened. Oops. Counsel? We've just heard that the new witness is ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo. Yes. Oh yeah, no, this one, Wolfman. Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. All right. I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Membami. Prosecutor Auchi, have you summoned the new witness? Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share. Oh? What news? And why does he look so happy about it? During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's lab at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that we used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life. Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter. Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. God, this guy is such a toad. I had the reagent delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw, so it should be there in good time. No worries, MK. No worries, of course. But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. And, Counsel, what were the results? This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. Are you sure? Okay. Well, I mean, she was still probably poisoned some other way, maybe? Or some other reason for the pupils constricting, but either way, that's fine. It isn't a damning indictment just yet, because she could have... I mean, she thought it was poison, that's the key. Phoenix right to defend you or Godot to prosecute you for your court trial? Godot to prosecute me. I gotta be honest, Dave. Gina and Susato has 76 posts on AO3, Ray and Susato has 72 posts, Kazuma and Ryu has 1,009. My goodness. Susato deserves more on both of those. But Kazuma and Ryu with 1,009? Beautiful. Armed with the reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. Okay. In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. Ah! I see Ray and Susato more than Gina and Susato, but I do see it. I do see it a little bit. Now the prosecution is ready to call the new witness. Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer, bring in the witness. No trace of poison on the knife, but if that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. I love the ink on his wrist. Writing memo of the Shoyu News. I'm what people like to call a giorno. What's a giorno, father? Do you know? It's simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch these scoops so they're in the print for the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. I'm the nice guy of news. See ya, Santi. Have a good one. Oh. Oh. Oh, shit. So it was you who took this photograph, was it? Well, well, what have we here? I'm sorry? Oh, brace yourselves, people. Many memo senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. Ooh. The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in a 5-like format for the morning edition. Huh? I love how she's still pointing. His animations are amazing. Hello, hello, NL. I almost said the full name again. How's it going, NL? This guy's animations are amazing. Let's start with your name. My god, this case is fruity. It's Ryutaro Naruhodo. Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? Why are you asking this? I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Ryutaro suddenly become very ambitious, I see. Oh, Mikotopa's great. I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while. By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Ouchi. That's Taketsuchi Ouchi. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court, my objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. No, the readers won't buy that. What? Based. He kind of looks like the Katana Devil? He kind of does. I see that. Witness? Yes? What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my many-memoism. Many-memoism. Ah yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Sosuke-san. Yes, right, that was me, Many-memo again. But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu News offices for after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't, because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest. Ms. Brett's words? A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung! This country's judiciary is rotten to the core! Yo. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns! You are, MK. They will thank you. They will thank you in the end. Did you see that Kaguya Season 4 has been announced? I did see that. That's awesome. I mean, the movie's cool, but I'd be lying if I said I wouldn't have missed it in weekly anime format. Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. Shut up, Ouchie. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted those words down as those words she said in my memo. My God, I can't speak. Why are you confusing me? Memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket? The people need to know about this. Mem was kind of a hero. I can't wait, Dave. It'll still probably be a while, though. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in the photograph. Oh yes, I saw it with my very own Giorno eyes, from start to finish through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Thank you, Many-memo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. I'd say two-year probably minimum, given the movie, Dave. But we can hope. Kaguya's always had pretty healthy production, in terms of scheduling. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see them inside through. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. No, that's wrong. My smoldering Giorno spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens, and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. Read screens, you say? The blue ink? No, that's wrong! Oh, Makoto. You can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. What about the blue ink, Dave? The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Oh, future clue? Yeah, maybe. It's the first thing I noticed about his character design, interestingly enough. Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved. Did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. Saw the whole thing start to finish. And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens. Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. My mind. I'm not the only one seeing all the innuendos and how horny this game is so far, right? Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime. A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's many memoism in a nutshell. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No! Wonderful news, Your Excellency, wonderful. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story— I was about to say that. Was the story never published? Oh, that's right. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. Ha! More pathetic excuses. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. Okay. There's one in particular I wanted to press. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. Maybe literally. Okay. I think it was the second or third one. Yeah, it was this one. Like, you didn't see that. You didn't see that.
Hold it!
Or you're very misunderstood. Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? The precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out. Whoops, sorry. From start to finish. I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could explain to the court exactly what you witnessed. Why does he do that with his suspenders? Right you are. It's all here in my memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down. It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. I like him. I like him. Then he's sassy, but he's got very astute political values. He stands up for what's right. He stands up for the people. He's a great image of the scoop culture. The next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. What do you describe as a grim crime indeed? He's goofy and sassy and determined. Fun guy, he is! I forgot how politically based he was. I'm a fan. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoism says. The beach hut plan has been entered into the court record. Okay. By the way, Many Memo-san, Whilst you were watching the terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film? The guy's got a job, Susato, come on. Drones have to be observers, we can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it? I love this expression from Susato. I really love it. Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor? I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, what are you... She's like a disappointed mom? Yes, I love it. I will grant the defense's request. Okay. Well, nihilism is the foundation of many memoism, but I'll What? I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. Interesting. I never once set foot in the hut nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was there only as an observer. Okay. I feel like this is something that can be That doesn't sound correct to me. Okay. Now, what do I have here? Oh god, I need to move to the next animation. That's fine. Okay. So he was just an observer. That's the reagent. This must be the victim's blood. Oh dear, blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it clean. You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you? I think this is something else, Father. Okay. This is the plan. Okay. Photograph. The pen. Oh shit! Oh shit! This is his pen. This is his pen. It's not Ray's. Okay. Can't think with the camera flashes? No, I couldn't. Okay. Are they gonna say anything? Okay, no, they're not. But that's his pen. Okay. And the victim was found grasping it, so he clearly came into contact with her. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. Cool, 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 cool. Your Excellency, I must object to the witness's last statement. And the evidence you've thrust in my direction is supposed to prove your point? What? I did present it more forcefully than I intended to. Oh, what did I do? Oh, did I do the wrong one? Did I do the wrong one? I guess I did the wrong one. That must be right, the game just sucks? Really? What the hell? Maybe you have to examine it first? I did, just now. I did. So, like, I took this off? Oh, I didn't look at this part. Unscrew the barrel? Oh, I didn't look at that part, okay. What is this? This is the little reservoir that holds the ink. You can fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib. Is something wrong, Father? Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all. You're right, it's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. Oh. Okay. So maybe now it'll work? Because I'm gathering that this is the right thing to do. Let me just save in case the game is being dumb. Please?
Objection!
No! What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? It's stupid. Hold on. I'm annoyed. I'm loading. I don't accept that. Okay. What is actually going on? Maybe press it first? Because, I mean, this is the right thing to do. Press it first? Okay. The Great Ace Attorney? Why is it so mid then? Okay. You didn't set foot inside. Okay, my nerves. Sorry, you were scared. Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you. Okay. Many memoism and humanism don't always agree. And most of the time in those instances, many memoism comes out on top. A man of principle. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on. Is that right, RNDM? Interesting. Definitely me. I played a couple of Resident Evil games, Sultan. I don't think that did anything. He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating, but it does seem like he's holding something back. Press him on everything he said. I have to press everything? Okay. Well, the thing is, I know the answer I'm supposed to do. Okay, can you guys tell me then? Because I know what to do. Like, I know the logic. I've solved it. The game just being dumb. So you guys can tell me for this thing. And yes, exactly what Wolfman says, but in this case, I'm down for you to tell me. Examine the pen again. Okay. There's one more thing? Oh, okay. This. This. Oh my gosh. Is it this? There's some sort of emblem here, but isn't that a Yume University one? It must belong to some other organization, I suppose, a business of some kind. That would imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray. Okay, I see. I see. Okay. Thank you, Nora. Thank you, Nora. That is annoying. Okay, now I will present it.
Objection!
There we go. Many Memo-san, until now, I've had a very firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of Shoyu News on my arm. Oh yeah, it's right there. In a way, that's more Many Memoism. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for truth. What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? Many Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? Ah! This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murder victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are you... If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that the owner's initials are engraved there. R.M. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, remember me. God, look at his face. He thinks he's so smug. Have you ever seen someone so smug and so wrong at the same time? I do, every day in YouTube comments. Is it a coincidence, I wonder? I feel bad for giving the answer, but this one was so stupid and you already knew the answer. Oh, no, no. No worry. In that case, Nora, I wanted to know. I totally asked. So thank you. I appreciate it. He doesn't know. If social media had a face, it would be something like that. That your initials are also RM. No! Write in many memo. RM. That's horse dung. Can't you see? One of the central tenets of many memoism is being a pencil user. And yet, the court... Yeah, there we go. Right, Dave? Right? It ended up being a clue. On your right hand, there's pen ink. There's a very obvious blue ink stain. Thank you so much, Tom Piet, for the 7 months. Thank you so much for the 7-month resub. I really appreciate it. And I'm really glad to have you back in streams now that you've been able to play this one. Thank you so much for the constant support. I really appreciate it. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung. Many Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett on that beach hut?
Objection!
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse! Exactly! Show You News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. Except this banger. He's just a quirky little guy, Nora. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the sky. Oh. Sorry, I am mixing you up with someone else, Tom Piet. My bad. But it's very lovely to have you in the streams again, regardless. Sorry about that. Oh, I think I was mixing you up with Mr. Glyra earlier. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. Tell him. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there's another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. In that case, Counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. Okay, so it's the emblem, I think. Of course, Your Excellency. The clue is... right here. Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't have to do that. Present. Got it! God, the music! As well as the initials, there's also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will, of course, recognize, Benny Memo-san. Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Show You News! In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Show You News whose initials are RM. Suddenly the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Benny Memo-san, how do you respond? No! Order! Explain yourself, witness. Ha ha ha. I can't tell if it's a laugh or a pant. So this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I've used nothing but honest tactics. Yo. Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Many Memo kinda raw. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded. I, a Shoyu news reporter, on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. An interview? Good almost afternoon to you, antagonist. How are you? You never mentioned this before. Oh, that whistle reminds me a lot of, I think... There's a character in the original Ace Attorney whose theme has a whistle. A very Western flavor to it. Like a cowboy Western. Jake Marshall, yes, yes. Good for you, antagonist. You never mentioned this before. When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. Ooh. Ooh. Jake Marshall was good. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was a very brief exchange. But it came to nothing. And as many memoists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, the court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will now testify under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it, yes, alright, but... on one condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. I hope you're enjoying it, okay? You need to call back the earlier witness, Sosuke Natsume-san. Sosuke-san? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. And brace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one. It's big. Okay. What? Predominantly male voices? I think exclusively male voices, probably? We were talking about that last stream. Many memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Ah, welcome back to the East Coast, antagonist. That's cool. I'm glad it's more convenient for you. Thank you for the follow. Drop everything again. Officer, summon the witness, the earlier witness back to the stand. Sosuke-san hiding something. I love his animations. They kill me. I mean, the earlier animation kind of gave him away on that one. MK. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when the writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoism demands I reveal it now. So, reveal it, how about you? Why don't you? Why didn't you reveal it? You mean to say the victim regained consciousness? Ah, well, Sosuke? And when she did, you decided to ask her a question. That's, true, yes. He did, and that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. Why not tell me? Please? That is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, it did. I did pose the withering English Rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. The court must and will know the truth. I mean, just tell me the question. Why are you hiding it so weirdly? Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut? Sosuke looking at the camera for a second there. I noticed that too. I love that the animation continues as he looks behind him when the camera's behind. Okay, so which one was it? So what's the question? What question? What exactly did he say? Well now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Oh, look at this guy. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man? Ah! Out with it, you yokel hack. What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman? Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose. Even for a grown man. Random shade judge? Okay. But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. Ray. I ran up the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then just a moment later, I heard a faint moan, a moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin. But what did you ask her, Sosuke-san? I asked her who did this to you. Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't. She said nothing in response. But when in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony. I will! Alright, King. Let us know. I asked her who did this to you, but she never replied. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant. Okay. Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant. Sosuke-san, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked who did this to you... Why do we need a map for this? Oh, maybe we do need a map for this for other reasons, because she could be pointing at something other than the culprit. She summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut, which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. Hey, Vic Nautinho! Happy New Year to you! A respectable judge, Ace Attorney, has come so far. Yeah, he throws random shade at him for playing with sandcastles, but, and I think he did some... He might have done one or two questionable things earlier, but mostly he's a pretty damn respectable judge. I do agree. Okay, Yuki Berry. Thank you for coming out. See you later, and Happy New Year to you as well. Have a good Monday. I miss Uji, but the judges in this game are pretty good too. Yeah, Uji was, I think, peak Ace Attorney judge through his general cluelessness, and the way he was really subtextually good in terms of the writing to show how twisted the system was. But these judges are really good too. No. Sosuke-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? But fiddlesticks, I say. This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course, the Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. Why did you say that? It's just somewhere in the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all. You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear? Yes, that's it, unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Objection!
Bless his soul. Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, her finger wavered slightly, but there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Or why? Because as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction of the victim was pointing. Cool, Tompiet. I hope you enjoy. I won't say anything, but the introduction of Fata Morgana is a part of the story that not many people talk about a ton. as a highlight, but for me, it immediately drew me in. Like, by that I mean the first 10, 15 minutes or so. It was just so up my alley, and I was immediately invested. So I hope you're drawn in a similar manner. And yeah, let me know how you feel about it once you get into it. You too, Nora. I am inclined to agree, and in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No. No! Oh, I'm glad, Wolfman. Yeah, I think the intro to Fata Morgana is really, really strong. Like, very atmospheric. I won't say much. I won't say much more, just because we have a couple people who are about to play it or read it. But yeah, it's really good. The headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyer's hopes dashed. This guy. Yes. There are definitely extreme trigger and content warnings for Fata Morgana, so just keep that in mind. Dashing. Ugh, this guy always have to mention that Susato or Ryutaro is dashing, eh? This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence. You did indeed, Nora. The judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. Ray gave us her account of how the events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. Very limp wrist energy. This chord is sure fruity. It is. Fata so good. It is, Tatsukura. It's amazing. Thank you so much, Antagonist, for gifting us up to NL. Enjoy that, NL. You got a tier 1 sub. I think it's at the amount of time. Either way. Thank you, Antagonist, for gifting that. I really appreciate it. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut listening to what I was saying. And then a moment later, yeah, right, she got to her feet and collapsed. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? A straight person in Grady's attorney? Somewhere amidst all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. Okay. I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add. So the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. Can't say I'm surprised. In that case, I'm ready to deliver my final verdict. No, chill. This is the crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim? Okay, I think I'm gonna have to fake my way through this, because he's gonna deliver the verdict if I don't.
Objection!
I love Susato's voice. Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being. Oh, to what end, Counsel? The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. So I think it's that. She was probably pointing, and it looked like it was in the general direction of Ray, but it might have been behind her or pointing to something else. Yeah. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture. Okay, yeah, so to another person. An alternative theory? None exists.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene. Who could have committed this crime? What? Or who could have committed this crime? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction, fantasy. Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, Counsel, I'm prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryotaro Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed? Okay, so this looks like a dress, like a table or something, so I don't think they could have been hiding in whatever this is. So, just behind, I guess. Hey, Pro Pinkist! Happy New Year! Good morning to you. It's going very well. It's very fun. I'm continuing to love Susato in this role. I like Many Memo quite a lot. I continue to enjoy Rei and Mikotoba and Sosaki. Very good. And Offie! Welcome in, Offie! Happy New Year's to you! Trial's going great. I think we're getting close to the end, maybe? Maybe, maybe not. Either way, we're getting closer to the truth. Oh, and Power Flare too? Oh, that wasn't Power Flare. That was Pro Pinkus. I think Twitch give you misinformation, Wolfman. But how's it going, both of you? Okay, yes, so sorry. Right here. Presents. Naruhodo-san will never give up, and I'm a Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here. Are you mad, Council? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut. What? Oh my god, this theme, guys. Oh my gosh. Order! This is the only time I'll interrupt the game with this, but I'm so happy you're enjoying Bungo Stray Dogs. So unbelievably excited for Season 4. No worries about interrupting, Pro Pinkus. We had a whole chat earlier for 10 minutes about Kingdom Hearts. So, these gaming streams are prone to detours, and that's fine. But yes, I don't know if Hannah's in chat anymore, but I've been watching with her. We've been rewatching it for me to refresh my memory. Hello, Hannah. And next we're going to watch Dead Apple, I think the movie is called. That's next, and then Season 3, and then Season 4. So, I'm not going to be able to watch Season 4 right when it starts airing, but we'll get to it soon. And Pro Pinkist, I'm thoroughly enjoying. Who are your favorites? Oh god, this music is so good. My favorites are Dazai, Atsushi, Okutagawa, Kyoka, Kunikita. I gave a top 6. Who was the last one? And... Who was the last one? There was one more. Chuya. Yes, Chuya. Yes. Yeah. Those are my top 6. Oda's my top. Wait, who's Oda? Is that a... Oda... Oh, yeah, I don't think I know... Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, the flashback. Yes, flashback dude. Yes. No, he's very good too. The cast in general is very consistent throughout. He would probably be like 7th or 8th. That flashback, that whole flashback stuff was amazing. Yeah, Oda's really good. I had honestly kind of forgot about him. Actually, he's probably in the top 6. Yeah, he probably is, to be honest. Thank you for making this more complicated for me. Yeah, honestly, he'd be in the top 6. I think he would. Sorry, so I missed a couple of messages earlier. I finally finished this game a week ago, and it's become my favorite one in the series. I'm so excited for you to keep playing it. Gosh bless. Thank you, Avi. That's very sweet. I'm so excited to continue. And we got at least... I mean, we're only at least at the very minimum, halfway done the stream, so we still got plenty more to do today. I'm so excited to continue to explore more of this game. It's so wonderful. Really interested in the Kingdom Hearts chat. Oh, okay, gotcha, Tom Piet. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't super productive aside from just... I didn't say anything super insightful. But as long as you're okay with that, hope you enjoy. And Offie, I'm really glad you enjoyed it that much. I love these games and I love these streams. It's so fun watching someone else experience it for the first time. It's so much fun just sharing that experience. This is like I say every time I stream this, it's always a joy. The light novel that Flashback is based on is so good. Very cool. Yeah, that's my favorite part in the series so far, Propankist. And if it's better, I don't know if you're implying this, but either way, if it's better in the light novel or if it's just generally really good in the light novel, oh man, it must be great. Because that Flashback stuff was where the series, like, it took a notable step up for me. I'm just like, okay, this is different. Do read them. I've got so many things to get through, but if let's say, I watch Season 4 and continue to get more and more invested, it's definitely a possibility. Once I clear up my backlog of games and anime and work stuff, I guess. Definitely. I find it neat how Ace Attorney streams are the streams where all the subs leak us the secret channel points. Well, Ace Attorney streams have less... Sorry, the secret channel plots. Ace Attorney streams have less viewers than, like, One Piece or anime-centric streams. And, like, people get gifted subs a lot on my channel because people are incredibly supportive and generous. So I think it's just a combination of those things. And subs. It may just be subs are interested. Cool, Offie Burger. I can't wait. Because Trials and Tribulations is a favorite. So... definitely better in the light novel. Cool. Cool, Propankis. Thank you. I love Trials and Tribulations, but Resolve clears it for me big time. Ho ho. Alright, let's continue. Oh, and sorry, one more thing, Propankist, about Bungo. I think you asked me on Twitter, and I just didn't have the chance to reply, about if I would stream myself watching it on Sundays. I don't know if Hannah wants to watch it with me weekly, but I would be very down to watch it with her. So I don't think I am. Gonna watch it on stream for that reason, if she's down. I think this season will probably be Vinland and occasional Nier and or Trigun. Order. But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about, I can swear to that. Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there is no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. It does, Offie. I'm kind of blown away by how good it looks. I'm very excited for it. Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. Ah! Oh, I'm absolutely sure, Hannah. As long as you want to? Hannah is an essential part of the Bungo experience, so... And in point of fact, the victim can provide evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. The only thing I was just wondering if you didn't want to wait, because we're not going to be caught up by the time it starts releasing. So if you didn't want to wait, you could watch it on your own. I'm very excited for it, Wolfman. And right, MK, Chainsaw Man was so good. I'm gonna miss it so much. Fun fact, Maury Keith Silverstein, IRL, His daughter also became a writer and was a pioneer in yaoi stuff. So without Mori, would we have Ace Attorney? It does make you think, doesn't it? Not at all, Sultan. They can be quite good. The defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing. You're bluffing, you yokel. The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed? Oh, shit. Okay. This is the plan. Okay. This is the photograph. I don't think that's relevant. Ah! There's a gap! There's a gap in the screen. Maybe the gap that was mentioned by Many Memo. I don't know if that's... That has to be relevant, right? It has to be, yeah. Okay. Let's try that. Let's try it. The original photographic print of the crime scene? Hope you enjoy, Sultan. Thank you, Nora. Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut. Chainsaw Man was so good, it's such a shame people are shitting on the production and even entitled enough to say it needs a remake. It's crazy. I mean, even if it was bad, even if it was a mediocre product, which people are right to, people are, it is their right to think it is, obviously, if they do. I just disagree. But regardless, that's just not the way you go about. It's just so disrespectful. It's just a shame. It makes me sad. When did that gap get there? It may have been caused by Many Memo. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? I remember you were saying that there are some sentiments and themes in Vinland Saga that you say you don't fully agree or align with. Yes, I disagree quite a bit with a lot of Vinland Saga's themes. Generally, I don't want to get too political or ideological or philosophical. I'm just going to quickly mention it, because it's a whole other can of fish, but generally, when pacifism is touched on in stories, it needs to be done so in a very specific way for me to agree with it. Obviously, I see the perspective, I see where people are coming from, I find it sympathetic, but I can't really, I can't think of a fictional scenario where I've agreed with a pacifistic outlook 100%, you know? Blaming all my problems on Many Memo now. What AJ's trying to say, he loves war. Absolutely. I'm just remembering that there was a line... Oh, yeah, I'm not going to read that out loud because Hannah is still at the beginning of episode 2. But, I mean, yeah, Nora, Ace Attorney and Umineko have tons and tons of parallels. It's kind of crazy. Like, the more I played Ace Attorney, the more I'm like, holy shit. Like, I totally see this influence in Umineko. Honestly, Offie, it's crazy. Out of curiosity, does that disagreement affect your enjoyment of Vinland Saga's story? Or does it not matter as far as enjoyment goes? No, not at all. It doesn't matter at all. For me, if I disagree with a story, that has no effect whatsoever on if I enjoy it. All that matters to me is how well a theme... Sorry, if I disagree with a theme. All that matters to me is how well the theme is presented. Vinland Saga presents that theme beautifully. And so it really speaks to me, and I enjoy it. And I enjoy how the characters interact with that theme and all the nuances surrounding it. Like, for example, if there's a theme I agree with, I can't think of one off the top of my head, but if it's badly presented, I'm gonna not enjoy it. So it all depends on execution, but my agreement, or lack thereof, has no bearing on my enjoyment when it comes to that sort of thing. Thank you for the follow. Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing. I'm not sure what everyone present would agree. Someone at least appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. His face. Oh, the sweat. Counsel, once again, I must call on you to become explicit for the court. Where on this photograph is the trace of the stabbing, which you claim took place from outside the hut? Here.
Take that!
Yeah, but that's also why, Dave, I think it's very brave of Yukimura to go so headfirst into it, you know? Yeah, exactly, antagonist. And yeah, I'm glad you feel that way too, Power Flare, in terms of your enjoyment. But I don't at all begrudge anyone whose enjoyment is lessened because they disagree with a story. Like, I totally get that. Hello, Sarah. Happy Monday. God damn it, Dave. Look closely just here. You know Sarah's joined on a Monday when when followers mode is disabled because everyone else forgot, including me primarily. Yeah, exactly, Power Flare. Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds. No, I can't. I can't see any such thing. It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. This is extraordinary. Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. Ah, and of everyone present at the scene, there's only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Bright was killed. Many Memo, why would you do this? Why? No. He can still be based whilst being a murderer. He can still be based. We'll see. It's really fun to watch shows or play games where the characters just drive you insane and how wrong they are. I think it can be done, not as well or really well, but it's fascinating in its own way. Me staring at Gendo, who's annoyingly high on my Ava character list, disgusting. I think sometimes disagreement can make a media experience more interesting. I agree, yeah, for sure. For reasons that Hannah alluded to as well. Brett deserted anyway, so he's still based. True. True. But Brett was a good character, so a little unbased, but still, it balances out. He can still be based whilst being a murderer. That could be a quote to add. You know what, let's add that quote. I've been adding quotes lately. He can still be based whilst being a murderer. AJ, I gotta add my January 2nd, 2023. Boom. We have 16. I don't know what the max is.
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost in the exact center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
I mean, hey. No, of course not. We're not? If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death, inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett, but she just sat on the stool in the back of the hut, smiling sweetly as me. Okay, yeah, we said this. A stool. Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the read screen. I have to agree, Offie. Susato owns the objection. Would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on the stool. My word. So in fact, the victim was killed while sitting on the stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the read screen. Having been attacked, Ms. Brett rose to her feet instinctively, but then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut, before the defendant Membamisan's appalled eyes. Oh, you cut off right at the best part. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. By your silence, Many Memo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge. This is absurd! That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Honestly, Many Memo could end up being a really memorable and a character that I really enjoy from this series, depending on how this ends up playing out. Van Zieks does have the best objection line in the series. That is why it is a alert for 500 plus bits. I had to do it. I had to do it. Many memorable? Yes. Accordingly, the court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant Membamisan is innocent of the crime. No, that's not gonna be that simple. I finally made him cave. I must say, I've never been more proud. Aw. No, this can't be. The Ouchie clan can't. What of my growth of hope? Oh, man. We all lose it one day, Ouchie. I can't accept this, I won't. Thank you, Tompiet. I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I'm just saying, I already enjoy him, so. I will therefore move... Whoa. Ha ha ha. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals? But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut through the read screen walls. And no one but you was in the place at time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed, it doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference, if you think about it. After all, this trial's... This trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. It's so like he's dying next to him. Thank you so much, Antagonist, for gifting another sub to K. Enjoy that, K. Thank you so much, Antagonist. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the 2 today. What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. The poison. Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your lab, is that correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably that means... that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed. Ah. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she'd been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood. How refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom, in whose back, and with whose blade. Yes, I would, Dave. Yes, there's a Yakuza 0 donation goal. That is all thanks to Trish. Trish has taken credit for that, justifiably. Quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Objection!
No, you're not chopped liver at all, Dave. I'm merely referring to the fact that Trish said, I'll take credit for this, I'm taking credit for this. That's the joke. That's the joke. You're not chopped liver at all. If you were liver, you would be unchopped, trust me. Forgotten already, have we, Yokel? Fair, Offie. During these very proceedings... Whoops, sorry. During these very proceedings, the lab of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of the poison on it whatsoever. Ugh. What kind of other meats are the mods? I'll have to think about that one. So let me get this down. The facts as skillfully established by the defense in this trial turn out to be a headline-making red herring. If you were liver, you would be unchopped. Trust me. AJ with the quotes today. It's all love. Dave knows it's all love. Is that about right? Well... Order! But... where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There's an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. You mean she drank it? Have another look at the photograph. Yeah, there's wine, right? A bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been... Oh, okay. Yeah, that looks like wine. It could have been slipped into either. So somebody made Miss Bread drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front-page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already.
Hold it!
Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe given that the person who established it was you. Me? What on earth does he mean? Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. This guy is great. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end just yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journo and I'm a man. Oh. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life, and I'm not about to start now, because that's mini-memoism. For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where's this trial going to take us? Okay. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and it's that very fact that proves that I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. Okay. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. Offieism? What's the primary tenet of Offieism? Okay, wait. I just read the line without properly thinking about it. Where is it? I stabbed the Englishwoman, and okay, that's the one, right? The first one. I stabbed the Englishwoman, and it's that very fact that proves that I'm innocent. That's the one, right? I was just reading it without properly thinking about what he was saying. So you admit it then, that everything happened as I described. That you are the one who stabbed Miss Bread in the back through the read screen. Oh, I thought he was being metaphorical. Whoa, wait. What? What? I thought he was just being facetious. He's literally, he was telling the truth? He was being literal? Okay, wait, let me see what offism is about. Hold on. Giving off you money is the primary tenet. Oh, I see. Based. So he literally did it. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. I mean, based, but like... Okay, I mean, it makes sense. Yeah. All right. Mini-Mem was the best. This guy's awesome. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. That's crazy. He does feel a bit more like the original attorney characters, a little bit, Tom Viet. I see what you mean. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. Yo. Judge with his eyes closed. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. It's okay. It's just perjury. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right. You guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. Okay. You're implicating Ray again? She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. Hey, that would be a natural next step, Tom Piet, if they get localized, or and came to Steam. Sorry, I'd be down. And suddenly, snap! This Giorno here is off the hook. The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Hey, Kaine, Happy New Year to you! How are you doing? Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical, and therefore this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. That's right, it is logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last. This is unbelievable. And after I made such progress in proving his guilt, is he gonna get away with it now? Get him, Queen. Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. Hold on. Let me just... rid of this. There we go. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination. Alright, big brain time. Let's do it. There were a couple of statements that made me tilt my head a little bit, I think. I mean, the first one... We need AJ to succumb even more into Ace Attorney until it changes his brain chemistry. For the better, I assume. I stabbed the... Okay, I need to press this. So, you admit that you had murderous intentions towards Miss Brett. Ha! The woman's very existence offended my sense of justice. Your sense of... He's claiming some sort of righteous indignation? Yeah, sure. She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who committed murder right here on our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance, so I had to step in. By the flag of justice, put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it. Sorry about the ambulance. That's what drove me to do it. So, in summary, murderous intentions then. Whatever you want to call it, the point is this. That Englishwoman was a blight, so I had to do what was right for society. Yet, a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock, a crime for which she must pay. Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. Because, okay, so... This one, maybe?
Hold it!
Maybe Wolfman. Yeah, Apollo Justice. I've heard good things about Apollo Justice. I've heard it's very good. What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. The student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson, a professor of medicine invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba, no less. Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered. Her case was to be heard by the British consular court in Shanghai. However, there is little doubt that she simply would have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland as a free woman. Soseki on the stand this whole time. True, Tatsukura. Apollo Justice's music goes insane? Oh my god. I can't even imagine. This game is great, Lonely. Really, Tompiet? That's crazy. Because Great Ace Attorney's music has been a step up from the original Ace Attorney, and I loved original Ace Attorney. Hold it. Tell him, Ray. I can't. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray, young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it. No, you can't. Oh, look at Soseki. My boy. Look at Soseki. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all of this up. Susato, please, you have to make... Oh my god, careful! Careful, Ray! Oh, thank god they're not paying attention. Return to the dock at once, Membami-san. We are in the middle of a cross-examination.
Hold it!
That sounds amazing, Tompiet. Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great peeping Tom? Whoa, take it easy there. Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks. I will grant the request of the defense. But, Your Excellency... Puffing Tom, this is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. You said that already, sir. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. True. Nice. Very fair. So whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison. Okay. Stabbing is fine, but I draw the line at being a peeping Tom. Alright. True, Nora. Fair, we don't know the full context. The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would have been no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government? Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his lab. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we've been developing, you see. And since Sosuke-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that. To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Ms. Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it, the whole government even. It would be a complete disaster. And how did Ms. Brett respond to your concerns? She just curled those beautiful lips of hers, and said she didn't know the first thing about it, in English, actually. Ah yes, Many Memo-san. One small question, if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably, then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, don't know what you're talking about. Yes, look at this. The entire article is almost what I said to Miss Brett word for word. Ah! Well, Many Memo-san? As a Giorno and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of Many Memoism. Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. Okay. So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her. That's smart. That's clever. How that was presented to us in the plot. I like that. Oh, that's soy sauce news? That's funny. Yeah, that is, right? Yeah, show you, yeah. Shut up. My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it didn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record. Very well. You may amend your formal testimony. Oh, he's unraveling. What do you got? Soy boy news. The point is, if you'd poison someone, there'd be no reason to then go and stab the person as well. Soy boy news is what some people call my channel. If you poison someone, there'd be no reason to go and stab the person as well.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die. And we stand you for that. Yeah, me when I say that Hank Schrader is not a hero. I'm accused of being soy boy news. That's horse dung. What? That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you'd even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I'm a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens. Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to be some good reason for that. If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. Yes, that's undeniable. But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there's one crucial change. Okay. He overheard the conversation. And that's when he found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here, okay. If the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic seems entirely reasonable, but there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her before, even after the poisoning. I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for. Okay. Okay, this is interesting. Okay. If you'd poison someone, there'd be no reason to go and stab them as well. I don't think that's true, but why? Chemical reagents. German. The label's in German. German is the international language of medicine, my dear. Okay. Oh, me too, Kaine. I'm in deep. Okay. No poison was on the blade. So why would he stab him? He heard about this and wrote this. Or, sorry, why would he stab her? Sorry. Sorry, Giselle, I misgendered you by accident. I can't believe this is the easiest case in this game. Oh, dear. Yes, German, Sarah. You are apparently the medical capital of the world. These streams are cool because I don't remember all the answers this time around. I played the trilogy so many times that I always knew what you had to do, but I've only played this once. Yeah, I mean... I do remember... I imagine there must be a draw to it, like, seeing... working it out along with me if you don't know exactly how to come to the answer. It's a kind of... You can kind of do it in parallel with me. Cancel AJ? This is the easiest case of all 10? I think there have been a couple of easier ones. For me, at least. Like, I remember case 1 being pretty easy from the first game. Agretzko? Alright, antagonist. I'll add that. Okay. If you poison someone... So maybe the fact... Maybe he would want to stab her because it occurs in minutes and it isn't instant, so she could implicate him? That's the first thing I thought of. Because it wouldn't be immediate. And maybe also to cover up this info, somehow. Let's try this. Let's try it. We got 4 lives.
Objection!
You sure can, antagonist. I can think of one reason. Watch it be neither of the reasons I just said. What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Of course he did. There can be no question of that. After all, when we were in the lab together, all we were told was that it was a terrible toxin. Agretzko is such wholesome stuff? Cool, cool. I've heard a lot of people talk about it. And there was one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membamisan's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, counsel? Many Memo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the if the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison while the defendant was present. Okay. In fact, it would have been administered to her before Membami-san entered the hut. Yes, that's very articulately put. BoJack Horseman, another acclaimed show? True. That's been on the Twitter lately. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. We'll start doing betting soon, Kaine, don't worry. Top 100 streams are coming. At which point, many Memo-san overheard some worrying information. Worrying information? What worrying information? The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy, that it couldn't be readily obtained. Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it would come from is my lab. And furthermore, anyone afflicted would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison. Oh. Arcane rewatch? Ugh. I can't imagine how high you ascended, Offie. Oh, man. It would have been right at the top of my list for 2022 stuff I love if I watched it in 2022. No, we cannot. Antagonist, sorry. I've watched a bit of it, I think, from what I remember. There's just an award for adding stuff to my plan to watch on my anime list, Nora. There's a reward for that. Channel points reward, which will reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Ah, everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Hold on, sorry. Okay. Whoops. Okay. To use it for some nefarious deed. Membami-san being no exception. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered the unique poison to the victim was a layperson unaware of its telltale properties. Okay. So, many memo. AJ, you should get a Letterboxd account? Kaine, you should look at my Letterboxd account. I'm right ahead. I'm way ahead of you on that one. In other words, someone like you writes in many memo. But it's very outdated. It's very outdated. Just so you know, it's not up to date. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake, yo. Oh, I love this part. Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listen in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts, but you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late, so you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the read screen.
Objection!
But what could that possibly do? There's no link for it. You'll just have to look up my username on it, Kaine. Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Ooh. Ooh, the strings! The brass! Once in the blood. Ooh, oh, right here. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good! Oh my god, that part right there. Like, those 10 seconds. Holy shit. Holy crap. I haven't linked my Letterboxd because it's so outdated and inaccurate, and I'm so lazy to update it. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without revealing any sides of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected. This is extraordinary. Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back. Oh, I just got a notification that Kaine followed me. There you go, you found it. Hopefully it's some use, even though it's very outdated. Order! The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward? Social Network Top 4? Hell yeah. Well, there are a number of... yes, I counter completely.
Objection!
Thank you, Kaine. The prosecution's evasive Oh, right here. Oh my god. I have to stop every time. And then it builds, and then oh my god. I love it so much, Kay. The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to his last hope. God damn, Susato. Lost hope? Hold it? Oh shit. You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai. Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth is on the rise. I don't need a counter-argument. Yo? What are you talking about? It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Many Memo's great. Yes, you make it sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here, in my many memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Shoyu News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word. Glad to hear it, Kaine. Fincher's my favorite director. Right, okay. They're thoroughly searched. How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I, write in many memo, a mere reporter from the Shoyu News, couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoying, handsome country bumpkin? He is so gay. My point is this, there is one way that you, Many Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day. I have heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that the witness stole the poison? Oh, I hope you enjoyed, Wolfman. Okay, so, I mean, it's clear that he poisoned the witness. I think it had to have been with a pen. Because there's liquid that isn't ink in the reservoir. Right? Wait, what? Oh, there we go. Okay, here. Yeah. I don't even see any liquid at all, but apparently there's a little. Okay, I think this is it. I mean, there would be... It just seems the simplest solution.
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen. A fountain pen? How could that possibly be relevant? These magical pens somehow have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. Bah! I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else, these newfangled pens are merely a fad. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up in a sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye. Cool, Tombiet. We'll see how I end up agreeing, like comparing my opinions with what you think of the second and third cases. They have a small reservoir in the barrel, which is then sucked up by the... Yeah, okay. What does all this talk of sucking up ink have? Ah! And just as it's possible to suck up ink into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course. My word. Can this really be? Well, Many Memo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the lab that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir!
Objection!
More absurdity, that never happens! True, we've heard that there were some procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No. I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. This is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court... Hold on, let me just save. Just in case. I remind the court... that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Many Memo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was it dropped? Are you suggesting? The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act while the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
Objection!
I love it. There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself in it, if you examine the evidence, that would appear to be there's no ink present in the reservoir. The music's so good, I can't even talk. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing left in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled his reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Oh my god. Oh my god. Soseki. You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again! Looks like it's gonna take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the Wolverine, yeah, exactly. The situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. No such evidence could possibly exist. Many Memo-san, this is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Oh, she's such a queen. Oh my god. Very well then, I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. I think I have an idea what this is. This is it then, this will be the final piece in the puzzle. I think I know what this is. It's the only thing we haven't used so far. The defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison. Let me just double check. Yeah, this is the only one we haven't used. We gotta use the reagent.
Take that!
Take that. Counsel, what is that bottle? This bottle... Oops, sorry. This bottle identifies the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Yes, the poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all would check for traces of the poison. Or could. A reagent, what? Susato Pico Toba! One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Many Memo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. No, you can't. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Hey, Backzack, how are you? Your Excellency. Happy New Year, Backzack. The defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. Yo! What is he doing? Oh my god, this isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to this, trying to hold its head high as a civilized nation, but bowing its head to every... I took up arms in the form of the mighty pen. I fought tirelessly on the battlefield in the name of justice. Many memo is a many memo, many memo. Whoa. Whoa! Whoa! Holy shit! Yo! What the hell? What is going on? Did I do it right? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Yo, that was amazing. Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown. Oh my god. Oh my god. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. Was that a Showtime attack? It was. I can't believe Great Ace Attorney invented Persona 5 Royal. When I saw it there in the lab, that was amazing. Oh my god. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. Yes, that's right. Answer me on one thing, Many Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all, too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead? This is a whim for the gays. Absolutely it is. I went into that hut intending to quiz her on her situation, that's all, as a reporter. A known killer enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face. What a great character. What's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism. Really? You must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. What did you call me? This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Oh, thank you, Backzack. I've not been working out any more than usual, but I appreciate the compliment. Thank you. Oh, she is holding her tongue so bad. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave where you came from. Oh my god. I love how this makes her a better character, too. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. Me too, Soul Samurai, she's so great. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit, getting all fired up. I'd like to ask you something. Yes? You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There's no justice in the press. Wow. Sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful what you say. I don't think he gives a shit. Come on, doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction which should never have come into it. And yet, that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset as a free woman. The only possible explanation is that, behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. What a character. What sort of deal? I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. God. He came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself? Let's not forget, Many Memo-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett. Doubt. I love you, Susato, but doubt. What? The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I'm gonna disagree with Susato on some of this. I suppose. It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. What a great character. Many Memo is one of my favorite, yeah, like, straight into the top 7 or 8, I think. Around there. He did try to frame an innocent person. He needs to go to jail. Like, obviously. But she said that he is no worse than Giselle Brett. Him framing an innocent person for the reasons and all the nuance to his character. There's no way he's as bad as Giselle Brett. Obviously, what he's done should be punished. All of that, of course. But there are levels, right? And Susato says he has no right to talk about justice. I don't agree with that. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Oh, yes. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here. It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Aww. Ryunosuke, you mean? The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one, it gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. We don't know Brett's motives. I think we know enough of... listen, things can always change as the game progresses, but we know enough about her to make a judgment on her morally, given the information we have. And, I mean, that small scene we saw right there, her demeanor, how she feels about the murder, the racism, she's a worse person than Many Memo. Agree with her or not, I think it's very in character for Susato to draw this conclusion from Many Memo. I think so too, yeah. I think so too. We're entering a new era of justice in this land. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Ouchi, do you have any final thoughts? Prosecutor Ouchi? I, Takatsuchi of the Ouchi clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. What? Excuse me? If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Oh, don't do it, sir. Cling on to it. And yes, for sure, Backzack, we've seen throughout this series of people getting justice without killing people and accusing an innocent person. Yeah, I mean, guys, there's a lot of nuance to what I'm saying. I am not saying that everything Many Memo did was correct and morally righteous. Like, God, please see this in shades of gray, because I'm speaking in terms of shades of gray and nuance. Obviously, what he did was wrong, and he was punished for it, and all's great. But I think he's well within his rights to have opinions of what justice means as someone in his position of the press and seeing these things from his perspective and taking issue with the clear corruption in the government. He has tons of ground to be able to talk about justice, even if he has done something horrible. Right? And given what we know about Giselle Brett, I think it's fair to say that he's a worse person. Thank you, Kai. Sorry, I just paused because we're about to see something incredible, I think. Thank you, Kaigu, so much for these 7 months. I can't come as much as I'd like, but still enjoying the VODs when I can. Happy New Year. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, and I really hope... I'm really glad you're enjoying the VODs. Thank you so much for the 7 months. I really appreciate it. Oh, did I? If I did, I was just getting confused by, my words were getting mixed up. If there was any shred to my of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! Oh my gosh. Rather than living on in shame. Oh. He's cutting it off, isn't he? I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the true path to Ouchieism! Ouchieism? Oh, one hopes that that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Sprig of my top knot, the time is right for farewell. The music, hope is lost forever. Taketsuchi. The music kills me. Because it's genuinely one of the most beautiful themes. Oh, the brow furrows? Ah! Like dust in the wind. Wow. Susato praying. Soseki praying. Oh my god. Everyone's so sober. This is so sacred. Unbelievable. That was amazing. Honestly, this is one of my favorite cases in Great Ace Attorney so far. Now, in regard to the defendant, Rei Membami-san. Yes, Your Excellency. What I loved about that was it took no effort whatsoever to cut through the hair. He literally just went, no resistance at all. He was already hanging on by a thread. I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty. Oh yeah, Guts' theme, Quicksilver. Guts' theme on top of that. Oh, Quicksilver! You have the 1 year badge. I guess the alert didn't come through for your 12-month resub, but you've got the 1 year badge. Look at that. Court is adjourned. You're the first example of it. Thank you for the 12 months, Quicksilver. Even if it didn't show up as a notification. Name a character that had it worse than Ouchie? Impossible. There we go. There it is. Thank you again, Quicksilver. Welcome to the 1 year club. You and Dave have joined today. You can put that towards something as always. Thank you so much for the year of support. I appreciate it so much, and welcome. Enjoy the purple 1 on your spider. Happy New Year to you as well. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato! Susato! Can't believe Ryu's dead. Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Ray and Father. Enjoy it, Sultan. Enjoy it. What type of McFlurry? I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh, I think I'm gonna cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end, too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray, so I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryutaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Date? Or something. Right, I see. I'll think about it, Ray. Do it. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anyone else we could throw together? Why does it pan over to Mikotoba? What the hell? Don't do it to your dad. I hope you're not looking at me, Ray. Oh, this is so cute. This is so cute. Of course not, of course not. There it is at last, Ray's lovely smile. You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you, defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo. Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I shall miss them in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame. What? What is happening? Mikotoba's a great dad. I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope, but it's me. Is it really wise to make this clear right outside the courtroom? Shouldn't you do it, like, back at home or something? Susato Mikotoba. Rei can see something even better now. Her eyes will be opened. It's right in front of her. I don't. So dashing. So divine. No. Doubly dashing. Yes, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Miss Susato-san Esquires, that you were locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin. Astoundingly, ace attorney. Poor Sosuke-san, so confused. Yeah, poor Hosonaga. I still remember the first day I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. He did say the thing. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense, ooh, what a shot, at the Old Bailey, Sosuke-san was free to return to Japan. Ace Attorney in my Ace Attorney? And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm a chief inspector at the police bureau. Who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less? I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really. And this is a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector. Well, I am a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do. Cinematography. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor. To keep us safe on the journey. Though that didn't help you, did it? Kazuma, why? I know Kazuma's dead. Why do you keep reminding me? It's a big conclusion, eh, Ron? From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the English woman committed at the end of last year. Yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes, the man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, the great detective, the GOAT! I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Ah, my arch nemesis, how lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend, Iris's dad. And they were roommates. And that... Oh, I got confused. Never mind. Oh, wait, no. John H. Wilson was her dad. Sorry. The plot. The plot sometimes. Oh my god, they were partners. The plot just got mixed up in my head for a second. Yes, it was her dad. And it was John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I can't believe that it's just a coincidence. That it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. Oh, man. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role, as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yes, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand, there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? Goddamn, Ron. It's been 2 months now since I returned. Then I left England, or when I left England, it was an urgent telegram that had arrived from Japan. Yeah, that is saying he was sickly. Or high fever, yeah. Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know. After that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? Indeed, Oratorio. F. That's really the only explanation I can think of. Dear me. Do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't... Let me go! Many Memosan. So, one throw wasn't enough for you. Queen? This is a great case. This is a really good case. Tonight, MK. It drops tonight. So one through wasn't enough for you. I've got one last thing to say before they take me away, Professor. Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. Oh. In that visiting student's fate. Kazuma, yes! We had the mystery at the end of the last game, right? Kazuma. Oh my gosh. Damn straight, antagonist. What? Not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. What? Student of law? He must mean... Kazuma-sama? What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never... Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. Judge? What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. Seeing a judge in this sprite is wild. I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugen, and it's a good job I came by. I'll put my sub towards Yakuza 0? Sounds good, Quicksilver. Thank you. How comes everyone's so raw in this game? He's just standing there menacingly. He's so big. Yes, thank you for dealing with him. I'll be there shortly. Oh, Your Excellency. The trial is over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore, merely your father's friend, Seishido Jigoku. Oh, we're getting actual outside of the court characterization for judge. Me too, Prodigy, until they, I guess, localize or release it on Steam for Apollo Justice potentially. But we still got plenty to go. We got plenty of weeks to go, I think. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato? You knew. Did you know all along from the start of the trial? A judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishido here hadn't known and he'd recognized you... I don't know, Dave. Because a couple of people have already donated to it, but 4 is probably enough. It sounds like it. With the other subs, it sounds like it's pretty close. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So Seishido, shall we? This feels very corrupt. Yes, it is very corrupt. But corruption in this corrupt society is therefore the opposite of corrupt in my book. Corrupt it all you want, Seishido, because the corruption he's doing right here is allowing... Well, okay, there's other problems, but essentially the main thing at play here is he allowed a woman step foot in the courtroom. Like, that is one of the main rules, the primary rules that he went against. So corrupt that all you want, my dude. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Gary, for the 9 months. Happy New Year to you. Hope you're doing well. Really appreciate the 9 months. Thank you for the long-term support. And yeah, Happy New Year to you. Glad to see you in here. So, Seishido, shall we? Yes, having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address. Before you go, Father. Sorry, my dear. We shall return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably. Because the impression I get is that I don't think the judge would have just bent over if Susato hadn't done her job properly. I think. Maybe I'm being too charitable, but I genuinely think that. In which case, not too bad. Thank you very much. What did you think of my Seishido sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett, about Dr. Wilson. And now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around. Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san Esquire S, could I have a word? The mouse cursor's on the screen, sorry. Yes, of course, Soseki. What is it? I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see? There's something I need to tell you. Oh? I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England. This I have to hear. Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once. I will! As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo stepped in. After you secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report. My father. He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan. What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in? I don't really know exactly, god damn it, but you do remember them. The 2 terrible cases I was caught up in. Of course. I could never forget. Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case. The second one? You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade us to talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, that case holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. The horrific, hideous, heinous case, the case of the haunted lodgings. Okay. I love the plot of this game. It all coalesces and nothing's ever forgotten, and it all leads to something. It all builds up. That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. Oh my gosh. Great case. Oh, what is this?
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san.
Oh, the song.
But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again.
Oh.
Yours, Susato.
Oh. Beautiful. I teared up a little there. What the hell? That really... I was expecting it to just go to black right here without that. Wow. I wasn't expecting that. She has a beautiful voice. I love her voice. Man, that was really good. Ah, great case. I enjoyed that thoroughly. That might be the best first case, I think, in the series that I played so far. Break time. So, I mean, that was quite a long time just to do the first case. We're at 3 hours, 44 minutes. I don't want to end the stream just yet. I do want to do at least the beginnings of the next episode. I do want to start the next case. But we're not going to go on for a super extra long time. But yeah, we'll take a break. I want there to be music though when there's the BRB screen. So I'm going to start it. It was a really great first case. It was awesome. I'll start this, and then I'll take a break, go to the bathroom because I do need to go, and then play for a little bit more. Like I said, not too long, but we'll at least start episode 2. Oh, that's interesting, Offie. I was wondering that.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight than in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night.
Oh my gosh.
I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death. The condemned criminal's curse. The dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
This game is so dramatic. I love it. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer just starting out my journey. Okay. Okay, I will be right back, guys. I'm gonna quickly go to the bathroom. Quickly stretch, and then we'll come back and we'll play a tiny bit more on stream and start this episode 2. Be right back. No one saw anything, Sarah. Alright, folks. Let us continue for a little bit. Your sub and all the banked ones go towards Yakuza 0. Very cool. Thank you again, Huey. Okay. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer just starting out my journey. We're back with a goat. We're back with the king. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law, having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. So it's been 6 months, okay. Or 4 months, I guess, since the last case, since the end of the game. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. This is my favorite CG, if this counts as a CG. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey, but since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale, a tale which was now about to waken from slumber, thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. Great sound effect. What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. Iris' side of the room is great too. It must be nearly time for breakfast. I better go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite. Are we gonna see him? Is it the boy? And say good morning to the great detective and his flatmates. No, you just fail and have to continue. You just fail and have to get it right, Sultan. The nighttime London street's good. Yeah, there's lots of great CGs. There's something really comfy about that attic, though. Hello, Queen. Runo, good. I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready. Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. I had a surprise this morning. King! Not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. Shh! Not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. This could be just the abstruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation-repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. He's my roommate? Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, I see. What the hell? So that's it. Oh, man. Am I complaining? No. The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. Screenshot. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo, you have this very morning met with a surprise. Oh, the best song. Oh my god. Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button on your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you having been flustered this morning. I love him so much. Have I mentioned I love Herlock Sholmes? Because I do. Can I talk now? But of course, though I don't look for admiration, you understand. Oh. I wonder too, Offie. It's gonna take something extremely special to make me... to beat those sweet, sweet strings that we just heard. Whenever I listen to this, I think of you. Ooh, I'll think of you. That's beautiful. I love that. What a beautiful song to be associated with me. I am unworthy. My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has? And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you. Excuse me? Hurley pulled your button off? What is going on here? Ah, yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? Ayo? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. More strings? That's the way to my heart, Offie. That's the way to my heart. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped. Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then that in my vexation I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. What? Well, I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. This man. It is troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Helpful. What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was an erring. But Hurley, Bruno said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning. Mr. Sholmes can't take his hands off Rio. Well, that really is a surprise. Oh, me too, Nora. This man is the pride of the British Empire. The famous consulting detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name. Alright then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it goes cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too, my latest special blend. We do, MK. And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes' lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes as published in Rance magazine. So, Mr. Naruhodo, won't you put us out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning? Well, I received a letter from Japan. Oh, from Susie, you mean? Was it? Really? That's right, and she had some rather startling news, in fact. Intriguing indeed. This fucking guy, what a tool. You must tell us all about it over breakfast. Oh yes, what fun. Look at this guy. Okay. Miss Susato's letter? This is the letter that arrived from Japan this morning by International Post. Oh, how lovely. Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it. And how is your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case. Ah, really? Isn't she wonderful? A cut above your good self, my dear fellow. Oh, Maria is an amazing character, excuse the voice crack. Character. Maria is an amazing character, Nora. I'm glad you're enjoying her. I've won cases too, you know. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness. Natsume. No, I don't recall that name. Don't kill me. Of course you do. We helped the man twice. And he's rent-free in... you're rent-free in his head. You know, in those two cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago. Ah, that mustache twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes and the mustache. He didn't have two mustaches, Hurley. Wait, what? And the... Yes, who could forget those two cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Me too. Although I must confess the details are a little hazy now. A very deep impression they made on you, clearly. So, what was the startling news penned by Miss Susato? Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur. He's totally forgotten. Anyway, in her letter, Miss Susato asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Though it took place half a year ago, for what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her. Apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with the case of the haunted lodgings. See ya, Kaine. Enjoy One Piece. Oh, on Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Miss Susato's father questioned him about the case, she says. Right? There's a beautiful imbalance to that oratorio when Natsume calls himself Sholmes' arch rival and Sholmes doesn't even remember Natsume exists. And something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send that telegram. Oh, that case, yes. It was very strange, wasn't it? Yes, I love this song. Love this song. He apparently forbade them from talking about it, but he completely forgot the case. Yeah, that's how he forbids himself. And I compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication, too. But then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. That story must not be published, you said, very mysteriously as well. Are you still mourning McGilded? A little. A little. I accept it, though. Really? I said that? Are you sure? Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? But why Miss Susato was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan. I think he does. I think he knows something. It's been 4 months since we waved Susie off at Dover. I don't even know who you are. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan. Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. Me and Soul Samurai are eternally mourning. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No? Not quite. No, it just said that he was suffering from a high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter... true, Propinkist. The plot armorist of plot armors. That news about her father's fever was just a ruse. I'm still mourning Kazuma? Oh, me too. I'll never be not mourning Kazuma. A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her so that she'd make the voyage back home. Why would he do that? I love how Mikotoba's being sus now, and just a couple hours ago I'm going, what a great dad. He still could be a great dad. Not ruling that out. But what's he doing? What's the deal? Excuse me, sorry. She believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. True, Propinkist. Summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that, I wonder what Miss Susato's father is hiding. Early, do you know what it's all about? Did he really just change off screen? I'm dead. I'm dead at this man. I'm telling you. Well, who can say? What? But you said... Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if I were quite at leisure. So, the man the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris? I will, Hurley, don't worry. See you later. Adieu. You scuttled off rather quickly there. I think perhaps Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Ozuki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published by, of all people, Mr. Sholmes. Aha! I found them at last. Iris, are they... The notes? Yes, that's right. Susie and I compiled them together. The case of the haunted lodgings. Do you want to read them, Runo? Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. Oh. Whoa. I have no idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case. Yo. But perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light. That's a spirit. True, K. I haven't finished that either. I've only watched 6 episodes. That's a spirit. He really said goodbye, chat, and then vanished. What a guy. And so... Ooh... I don't know if I've heard this before, but if I have, it's been very rare. And so, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Everything from what happened to our investigation and that fierce battle in the court that followed. Can't believe it's already over, reliving every detail. I just need to find a clue. I have all the time in the world. It was in the last case of the first game. Yeah, it sounds vaguely familiar, but like still unfamiliar enough for it to catch my attention in that way. Let's play twice? Okay. Because of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. It was 6 months ago, a mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement at Briar Road with a knife in her back. Yeah, this is a great song too. This is a great song. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. The fog was thick and nobody saw her attacker, but... yeah, I feel that, Propinkist. Oh my goodness. By a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking beside her at the time and was duly arrested. Thank you, Offie, for gifting 5 community subs. Thank you so much for gifting one to Seishido, K-Coil, Ram, 420 Queen JP, and JMB Smash. Thank you so much, Offie. Incredibly nice of you. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Ashen Dance. Oh, that's a great name. Offie the Goat. I am now a follower of Offieism. Thank you again, Offie. Thank you so much. That man was Sosuke-san, and the man who affected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Oh, you commissioned a remake? Oh, okay. You can link it, sometime. Whenever. Whenever's convenient. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Susato and I decided to represent Sosuke-san in court. And after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. It's interesting, because this is the last case I would have thought would have this significance in the first game. Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation! Was the man's reaction after the trial, but his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. We received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Oh, cool, thank you, Propinkist. You know what we'll do? Just for this? There we go. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Ooh, I like this. Hurry to Bart's at once. Oh, I need to turn the volume down. Ooh, interesting. Sounds great so far, Propinkist. So Susato-san and I summoned a handsome... Ooh. Ooh. And headed immediately to the hospital. I love it. It's a bang for sure. Great in boss battle. There you are at last. Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. Look at the rat. I think not. Oh. You're late? What on earth took you so long? No, Huey, this is a commission that Pro Pinkest did for a remake of Ashen Dance. The strings right here, they're so loyal to the tone of the game. What on earth took you so long? Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes, and it's a 20-minute ride to the hospital. That's right, and it's 5:30 now. I think we made very good time. The time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I've been waiting for what has felt like an eternity. Oh, Professor Layton, I see. In point of fact, I myself was awoken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy. And feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been roused at such an hour, I sent one to you. Well, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now, so the victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness. That is a huge rat. Oh my gosh. You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with a knife in her back. Her name is, yes, here we are, Miss Green. God, this is such a banger, Pro Pinkest. Good morning. You would just ask for part of it to be music box? Wow. They really went all out. Hello, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Oh no, was it your knife that... Are you the man who... No, I'm a lawyer. And I'm Susato... Mikotoba, pleased to meet you. Oh no, was it your knife then? Are you the one? No, I assure you, I'm Mr. Naruhodo's assistant. We heard that you'd regained consciousness, and wanted to come to give your best wishes. Our best wishes. That was beautiful. Oh. We got the music box right at the end. Hey, Jamun, how are you? Happy New Year to you. That was beautiful, Pro Pinkest. Thank you for sharing. From banger to banger. Sorry, I missed that. Best wishes for me? Thank you. I'm Olive Green. I'm an artist. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is, I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is, I desperately want to be an artist. Of course, no worries, Pro Pinkest. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back. I don't think that's related, actually. Oh. This young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down. Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement, what a terrible experience you had, Miss Green. It was so cold that day and the fog was so thick I couldn't see a thing. He is Jamun. Raiten Many Memo is a great character. I liked him a lot. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right? Yes, that's right. I'm afraid, you've been comatose all that time. But the case has been solved, hasn't it? While I've been here in the hospital, I mean. Indeed it has, my dear madam, spectacularly by none other than I, Herlock Sholmes. Love this pose from Susato. Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard-working court that solved the case. I love this pose so much. Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green? Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly. Oh, I see. Me coming around seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry. I never should have regained consciousness. It was selfish of me. Oh no, we're all relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. Really, we are. With that kind of attitude, maybe your surname should be Blue, not Green. Ba-dum-tsh. So, you're an artist, are you, Miss Green? Oh no, I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. Ryu and her have something in common, then. I mean, I'm a student of art, really, at the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts. Great Britain is such a wonderful country. AJ, if you had a theme, what kind of instruments and genre would it be? I don't know the genre, but I would want a really good mix of piano and strings. Those really sweet high strings. You know the ones I like. I don't know the genre, though. For when I try to predict things in One Piece, it would be circus music. Outside of that, not too sure. Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts? Oh no, actually. I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road. I see. How very interesting. Oh no, is it? Brixton is some 10 stops away on the underground from here, and Thorndike Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton Town Center. Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes? Oh, I adore it, MK. It's all so peak. Perhaps not, but Briar Road is a far less salubrious part of town by comparison, dwelt in by those of inferior means, including the maleficent Mr. Mustache. Inferior means? I suppose Soseki-san does fit the bill. It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine art student to be walking in such a district. That's all. I like them all, Propinkist. I especially like when they bleed the ED. They fade it into the ending of the episodes. I love when anime does that, and Bungo does it well, very well. What's this? She suddenly clammed up. Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, pry into a young maiden's private affairs. Ha ha ha, oh dear me, do forgive me. If you don't mind, don't laugh at her, Sholmes. I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things. Oh yes, of course, we won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green. Okay. A photograph? It's a picture of a young gentleman who looks familiar. He looks to be the same age as Miss Green. Perhaps the young woman's special someone, do you think? My, Mr. Naruhodo, I didn't know you had a sense for matters of the heart. Yes, Propinkist, that's so good. Not in the least. I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. Is there a narrow fodder here? Mr. Narrow Fodder? Narrow Fodder now? Well, if you're looking for Naruhodo the lawyer, that's me, but... Ah, Mr. Narrow Fodder, good! This is for you! It's a message from Mr. Saucy Nutmeg. What? Soseki? But why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume? Exactly, what's going on? Insane name. What's a Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time in the morning? Ah, what are you waiting for? Let me see that! Oh. Well, this is most unexpected. Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes, he says. Have you not seen this note? No, you took it. How could I have? It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls, a case of murder no less. We must depart at once. Murder. Call a cab. Time is of the essence. But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did. That will be entirely convenient. Convenient? What do you mean? It's all here in the know, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Mustache's lodgings. Wait, what? All hail a I don't know how to say that at all. Fiaker? At once. I don't know what that is. some sort of transportation. It was only yesterday that Sosuke-san was in court and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now, the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address? He may well be the unluckiest man alive, or so it seemed to us at the time, but we were soon to discover that it was worse than we thought. $7:18 a.m. Oh my god. What on earth? Oh my, the gentleman's deceased without a question. He's dead. Logum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Mr. Natsume. Oh, why? Why is this happening? Why to me? I've only just got out of court yesterday. I was finally home after 2 days of misery. This poor guy. Fiacra. Okay. Oh, sorry. Fiacra. Fiacra. A small four-wheeled carriage for public hire. Thank you, Oratorio. And then I wake up the next day to this. No early bird should catch a worm like this. Woeful worm without wiggle. I see you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache. Ah! Not the horrible hairlock Shomes! Shoo! Shove off! Show yourself the door! I never invited you! Mr. Shomes came here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume. I'm entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you? Grrr! Oh, Gregson? Here they are already, the busybodies. Ah, Inspector Gregson, what a pleasant surprise. Great theme. Pleasant, is it? Give me heartburn every time I see your face at a crime scene, Shomes. Ha! I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is the result of your excessive consumption of fried food. This man. I can't handle this man. Good morning, Inspector. This is a crime scene. Don't go touching anything. Or good morning to you too, Sunshine. Poor Sosuke. Thank you for the hydrate, Jaman. Hairlock did it for you? I'm saying hairlock as if Sosuke said that out loud. Herlock did it for you. So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he? What? Mr. William Shamspeare. He was a lodger here. Peak name. 11 out of 10 name. As you can probably tell, he was an actor. A bit of a dead loss, as it happens, or just dead. Mr. Shamspeare. It was the landlord, old Mr. Garadeb, and the other lodger, Mr. Natsume, who found him. The fellow didn't rise at his usual hour, so Garadeb got worried and kicked the door down. But doesn't Mr. Garadeb have a bad leg? Yeah, you're right there. It was that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who did the kicking. Really? Sosuke-san? The victim was pretty hard up, it seems. They should have gone with fake spear. That's pretty good. Even done some time inside for petty crimes. He had the money, or no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were the people in his house. Miserable life and a miserable end to it. So, what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in the investigation, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene? Well, I'm not saying it's because the fellow looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious, but you are saying that, by not saying that. But I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the cohabiter. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you? Oh dear, Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again. It certainly seems that way. He does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he? Why are you dragging him? Oh my god, they were cohabitors. Poor man, how unfortunate. Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fella's been a goner that long. The body's still warm. Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. Okay. Was that it? What was the victim? Oh, crap. Do I have to play all this again? Okay. Okay. Sosuke? My poor guy. What a terrible thing to have happened. It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident on the pavement outside. I love the garments on hanging up in the back there. And then having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. The endless existence of excruciating experiences. So, the victim lived here on the ground floor, and your room is just 1 story up. His life sucked, basically. That's right, in a way we were neighbors, I suppose. Oh my god, they were neighbors. So did you know the victim? Were you friends? What's the matter with Sosuke-san now? It was an innocent enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken by it? Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger, but he never invited me to his room. Did he ever invite me to his room? Never! On my honor, I swear it! What an extreme reaction. I imagine it must, Jamon. You're probably wishing you never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? When we found him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word to you asking to come. Through that inspector over there. Okay. Let me just move my camera for a second. Just ask Geiji to talk 1.5 times faster. That's all you need. Don't kill me, you bizarre man. What is your problem? I can't... Oh my god. I love him so much. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? I'll screenshot this right here. Perfect. Perfect. Dabbing next to a dead body. Yeah, you need only observe it, my dear fellow, investigating naturally. There's nothing natural about that pose. Mr. Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery? I don't know, Pro Pinkest. Patience, my dear madam, patience. We've not been here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually happened. That's it? You just got what actually happened down, and with it ushered in the best song ever? My goodness! But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes? Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I've managed to draw 2 incontrovertible conclusions. You better get it ready. Yeah, you're right, MK. The first. There was a physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life. Ah! Don't cut off the music. Ah! Mr. Natsume, what's wrong? Is something that Mr. Sholmes said significant somehow? No, don't mind me. Forget I was here. Okay. And my second conclusion, they just move on, is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips. Am I ready? I don't know. No, nonsense! Ah! Alright, Mr. Natsume, why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Sholmes' deductions? No, please. Pretend I'm not here. Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant. Impossible to ignore. You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail. But of course, let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. Okay, if we're about to start one of those big deductions, I might have to end right before we do it. We've heard some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Sholmes in the past. No doubt this will be no exception. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time? So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise for Herlock Sholmes. No, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I don't have time to do a full one right now. No. Oh, shit. Did I just start it? Can I not save now? Oh, shit. No. I hope I can still save. Cause of death. Can I save? I can save. I can. I'm so sorry, guys. I can't fit this into the stream, the full deduction. So we're gonna have to start next stream with it. I'm very sorry. But hey, at least we'll start next week with a bang. Man, I'm so glad to be back playing Great Ace Attorney. You guys know how I feel about this story, this game, this series, these characters. I love that we're back with Sholmes again, and I can't wait to continue. You can't save until you finish the game. But yes, thank you guys so much for coming out. I had a thoroughly magnificent time. What a great case that was. And I can't wait to continue it. You can join me again next week, same time, Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern, roughly. And, yeah, thank you so much for coming out. I hope you enjoyed. Wednesday, we'll be continuing our Haikyuu streams, discussion streams. Thank you, Propinkist. I'm sure by the time we talk next, I'll have watched at least a little bit more. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, Haikyuu is on Wednesday. Friday will be more One Piece. Sunday will be some anime and more One Piece. And Monday, we do this again. We have some great peak attorney once again. See you guys. Have a great start to your week.